I think that's it. All right, how's it going, everyone? How's everybody's Wednesday? Oh, I didn't do these. No, we're still starting soon. What have I done? What have I done? I need to. What have I done? What have I done? Why is that volume up? Never had that volume up. Have to change the input on the TV. On the TV. So then, I like accidentally, my phone fell off the, I'll tell this story later. My finger hurts. I don't know if you're gonna, yeah, you're not gonna be able to see. You're gonna watch. No, I didn't wanna. Okay, cool. Now we're ready. So yeah, this morning my phone fell off the bathroom side thing and I ended up like reaching out my hand and I like punched the vanity? The vanity, is that right? I punched the vanity. Right in the face. I'm just gonna fix something here. Browser source. Where's the browser source? Boop. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, there we go. I have fixed the browser sources. Now, what are we doing today? Today, so a long time ago, I worked on a timer, not a long time ago, like a couple months ago. I worked on a timer feature for Lift Pro where it would like time your set for you and stuff like that. So I'm going to be looking at that a little bit more today. So yeah, we're gonna dive into that. So first thing we're going to have to do is we are going to have to, there was this timer camera branch that I had, so I'm going to take a look at that, because that is where I got the camera working, right? So I'm like, the fact that the camera is working I think is good, and then I'm going to just like completely delete most of the UI, right? Simple rebase on domain, view conflicts. I think I keep theirs. I guess I can. Yeah, because it's this one. Because it's I need to do this. And then I guess I also got rid of the setting repository. Does anybody know? If anybody's watching this and they know of like a good local AI model like sync, like code completion tool? Because every single time I try to use Gemini, or like the built-in one to Android Studio, I get logged out every single time. So, continue rebase, yes. New conflicts. Theirs. Where's this issue now? So variation selected, toggle v2. Oh, okay. There. Okay, and then this. You really just. There we go, and then we have. Oh, right. So we don't need show v2. Yeah. Are we good now? See if we can build. Increase the size a little bit. Probably don't need those log statements there. Let me just, yeah, make sure it runs. Oh, I guess it's like, this branch is a couple months behind, so it's going to do a shitload of, it's going to do a ton of Gradle updates. Okay, so we have this. Now let's just try and see if it runs. If it builds, that's all I care about. If it crashes because there's a database issue, like I'm fine with that. This is probably like an older database version, which will insta-crash. I don't dislike that song. It just makes me feel like I'm at a like church concert. Which, you know, nothing against that. I'm good. You know? How do I... continue. Oh, that was it. Sick. Okay, so now we have the timer camera. So what this is... I'll just show what I did here. So basically, you hit this button while using the app, listen to audio. So when you hit this, this is like the... Oh no, I don't have my lights on. This is the camera... This is like the virtual camera, because my current camera is in use by OBS. And I don't have another camera I can link it to. I do actually have another camera I can link it to. I just have no clue where it is. Like, not a single clue. So... Yeah, that's... Set up Gemini for home. No. I don't want Gemini for home. Oh, thank you for the like on YouTube. So, okay. So what I'm going to do is we have... So there's all of this. I always keep on. Why do I keep picking the dead hang? Oh, I guess it's just like second. So all of this is fine and dandy, but I think it's way too complex and messy. So I wanna have like 3 different. So yeah, let's actually remember what's going on with. I mean, we're gonna be changing. No, I guess we're not gonna be changing the edit set screen. We're gonna be going to the timer screen. So now I think this is just going to become the set recording. Oh wait, no, I guess it's just gonna be recording. Recording is the feature. So set, and then I'm gonna take the timer ticker, we're gonna take all this and huck it over into recording. I know it said I'm gonna like start from scratch on the socials, but I'm not gonna start fully from scratch. Just like I'm gonna keep the fact that the camera works, and I spent a decent amount of time on that. And I also want to. I have this idea of like, man, I don't hate it. Just not the Christmas music time. So let's say that there's. That's also a little aggressive for right now. So there's kind of like 3 states, right? There's oops, no, I didn't want 7, I want 8. There's like planning. There's like recording. You can go down there. And then there's planning, recording, and then there's like recorded, right? So currently this is like plan, it's running I think, and then it's ended. So because it was like primarily a timer thing. So what I'm thinking about doing is I'm going to take all of this timer concept and move it into kind of like a sub feature, right? So we have this recording screen, and the recording screen could be. So what I want to do is I want to just release the recording screen, so it's just a video recording, and then a metronome, right? So the metronome it'll, just like tick 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 tick, whatever. Right. The other thing I kind of want to add on is just like a countdown to recording or something like that. I mean, so the future, I'll just talk about this right now, even though it's a complete side track. So the future of this feature is that I want to show like ligament data, right? So like, if somebody's doing a bench press or something, they have their phone recording beside them, it'll show them the the lines for their arms and their wrists and their back more specifically, right, to kind of like give them information about their lift. So that's something that's like the end goal of this. So basically what's happening is I was chatting with somebody at the gym, and they said they really wanted like a countdown to the timer starting, right? Which also makes me kind of want to keep the timer in here, but it's way too complex. I need to rethink it. So we're going to just do video recording and a metronome. That's what we're going to start on. Video recording, metronome. The timer can become an optional overlay for the future. So when you're planning, there's basically just going to be a big old record button here. And then I'm also just going to have a button on this side that's just going to be like metronome on off, right? And then otherwise this is just going to be a big video player. When you're recording, it's just going to be another, I guess, like pause button or stop button. So it's going to be a 5 goes to here, and then 5 goes to here. And then this is where it kind of gets interesting, because I think I'm going to like shrink the video into here. Or like make a small little version, and then there will be like a play pause in the middle. So where's this camera? Excuse me. And then this will just be the video, and then I guess like down here there would be like the set. So this button, the idea of this button is that like once you have a video, so once the video is, and this will be like, sorry, I guess this button is not very clear. This will be like metronome on/off. So that button's gonna sit there. We're gonna have the play pause. And then that goes to the recording, and then this, when you hit it, it goes to recorded. And then this can come from a set. I think it would also be valuable just to be able to do these anywhere. But so I wanna have like an empty state here if possible, where there's gonna be like save to set slash set info row. So like if you have a set, then that's gonna be there, and then on tap, this would bring you show some sort of set picker. That's going to be complex, so maybe we just force this to be from a set for now. And then I guess the other thing too is from the set page. I'm gonna have to redo this on the set page because I want to be able to show the video, but if you already have a video and you hit the camera again, I just want to show a warning like, hey, this will overwrite your current, like the video will still be there, but it's going to replace. Do I even want to be able to allow people to be able to do that? Because it also, like, I mean, I don't really want to, like, people should be able to delete the videos, obviously. Okay, cool. And then there's also another idea that I need to kind of solve with this, is that if I allow, so if every set has a, there should be a way that I could, there should be a way for me to like list all the videos in the app, right? Like there should be a video recordings section or something like that, which I don't have any real idea where that would go. Because right now the application itself is like, so this is the home page and this is like V1, what it's going to become. Don't ask why I have to click this 3 times, it's busted right now. What it's going to become, oh, it didn't even work. Oh, now it worked. So what it's going to become is this, where it's just one page where the calendar is up on top and then the like list of categories are below. So I'm kind of like getting rid of the tab system below here. So maybe I like bring back tabs and add like a videos section. The other option is, right now I have settings here. I have wanted to split this into like settings and profile. Yeah, I'll need to come up with something. Maybe I just add a, because there's already the play button that appears when there's an update. I'll think about that. Let's just focus on the camera and recording. So what we're going to do is we have the recording, we have the timer screen. I am going to so right now the thing about this is there's a little bit of a it's a little bit of a mess, right? I'll just say it. So, because what happens is you have like this timer state where you plan. Maybe I allow the user's toolbar to be like editable, right? So they can put in like the calculator or video. No, because the video shouldn't just be there forever. Anyways, okay. I'm getting lost in something that I shouldn't be getting lost in. So you have the timer state. So we have the startup time, per set, tempo, audio. So running. Maybe what I do is. Okay, so I'm going to start by just making a new. Recording state. So this idea of having like three sealed subclasses. It makes a lot of sense when you're modeling the data. So it's like, oh yeah, this is what I care about when I'm running. This is what I care about when I'm ending. But what it results in is like really messy and really confusing reducers and side effects, at least within FlowVI. Because you end up having to be like, yeah, I only really want to care about like when something is planning, right? And then the other thing too is that there's mutations where, because I also want plan to be able to, so the reason why I still have to have timer state, I can't just do timer state dot plan, is because this also expects the same return type, right? I can't just mutate a reducer to have like a different return type. It's just given this state and this event to mutate the state to return something else. Because what ends up happening here in a few places, where is it? Where is it? Planning, so startup time changed. Yeah. So here is what it is. When you hit start, it calls running timer, which just takes plan and turns it to a running timer, right? So it does the whole thing, right? There. Why is this hard coded? Oh, right, because I'm hard coding the things there. Anyways, so yeah, there's this, like, it needs to be able to return, like, oh, transform to running now, right? Which is where that gets very complex. So then not complex, but then I need to do this thing where it's like, hey, if the state is not planned or the event is not planned, then just like return, right? Like I don't care what it is. So it just feels a little bit awkward, and then it also, maybe this isn't as awkward as I thought it was. It felt, oh yeah, so like when we start, or when we hit resume, or when we get a tick, it feels like there's just so much. I mean, hey, maybe running a timer is just complex, but how could I model this to be flatter, I guess? So let's actually make this even more challenging. Let's just do this as a data class. So I would still have like a status. Let's just do this as string for now. So this would be like starting, recording, or planning still. Planning, recording, recorded. Yeah, so like status string. So how else would I do this? So we have a status. Yeah, I already don't like this because the status is going to dictate which fields are going to be, because like when I'm recording, I'm going to have this entire concept of like needing to beep on a second, right? Which I currently have, and it's relatively, I just need to be able to get it to play a sound. Bom, 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 bom. Yeah, I think that the recording state still has to be a sealed class. Okay, so for the UI, I need so camera enabled, and then we have like, this is going to become an enum eventually, but I guess we'll just have like metronome enabled. So recording. So we have camera enabled, we have metronome enabled. So camera enabled while we're recording. So how does running work now? So we're gonna have camera enabled as a boolean. I think I'm also gonna make a data class out here for like metronome state, which is going to include a beep, last tick time, and when does the video URI get set? When does set video URI get called? I think I'm just going to pass this. I don't think I actually need the video URI because of how this is set up. But so, and then we will. And then oh wait, this doesn't need to be there, this needs to be here. And then hi. I'm sorry, all my stuff's in your way. Let me move it. I gotta get Eugenia's sitting spot. There we go. Please don't push on the monitor. Or the tablet would also not like to be pushed on. I don't think. Can you not? You're moving no, you're moving everything away. I don't want you to go away. You can stay. Now you're gonna be bitey. Okay. So you have planning, camera enabled, metronome enabled, camera enabled, Boolean. I don't know if I need camera enabled here because it's either just going to be recording or it's not going to be recording. Yeah, the recorded video URI, the empty, this also. So this is also going to have an LB set because it's going to, dude, there you go. There you go. Now just chill. Okay, so I'm also going to just make a new recording screen. Yeah, so we're going to recording timer, so this is going to take all of these. I'm also going to rename this to stop bonking my mouse and clicking. Okay, so then this is going to fuck. He's like fapping it directly into the side of my okay, so we are also going to take this recording state and what if I paste new file. Why is okay, so this is where that's gonna go. Timer interactor. Just gonna get rid of all of that. Recording state. Now we're gonna go back here. So I don't have an interactor yet. How do I? Is it possible to like just make a new? I want like make new file in this package as a thingy. So we're gonna make another file, recording interactor. I'm also gonna no, I'm just gonna put that there for now. And it's gonna stay there forever, I know. Oh. I didn't feed the cat. I didn't feed him. I did not. Which is weird because he, yeah, he didn't really seem to import it. What the fuck? Why aren't you importing? Okay. I don't know why that's not working. Import. Why do I need to import it?
I don't know why, but it feels rude not to see what you're doing.
I'm working on this.
Camera, video, nice.
Yeah, so it's going to just be metronome on off in the corner there, and then these are just going to be like play pause buttons or play stop buttons. So yeah, the camera's going to be playing, camera's going to be playing, and then it just kind of shrinks into the small video, and then you can like hit play and pause on it.
Okay.
And then I might actually, depending on how because I want it to be the same proportions as the phone, so it might be something like that. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyways, I'll figure that out. And then, yeah, then you can like save to a set. The thing that I'm kind of like, so there's two things I'm thinking about. If you delete a video, so like it doesn't make sense to like re-record a set, like practically. Right? Like you did a set, it is a point in time.
Oh.
If somebody deletes a video and then hits the re-record button, like they're doing another set. That should be another thing that they put in the app.
Just might not want to keep that one.
Yeah, you can delete it, but like the idea, or maybe I guess maybe if you like saved it to the wrong set, so you want to delete it and then.
Or like, what if I did a set and it was really embarrassing and I just really don't want.
Yeah, but it's more so the idea of like re-recording a set or something. I don't know. Well, I'll figure. I'll just allow it, but like the concept of re-recording a set is very funny.
You wouldn't to your point. You will not re-record a set. You'll either delete it or you'll save it.
Yeah.
And you open your next set.
Yeah, or you like missaved a set as something. The other thing that I was thinking about is where the hell is like.
How would you access the blade?
Well, so accessing them per set is easy. I'm just gonna like put a like a video down here. There's a lot of screen real estate here, so like I can play around with that pretty reliably.
Yeah.
It's more so like there should be a set because like there's when you record a set, it's gonna sit within like the LiftPro video folder.
Yeah.
Right. It's gonna sit within like the LiftPro video folder, and then but you can choose to put it up to like Google Photos or something, right? So then it would just reference the Google Photos. Like those are the two options that you have. So like there's a way for you to have like orphan videos, right? Because if somebody like has a set, if somebody has a video on a set, when you hit the delete button, I'm gonna have a pop-up like, do you want to delete the video file or do you want to just like delete this link?
Okay.
Right, and then there should be a page where it's like, here's all of the videos that have been recorded by LiftPro.
Yeah.
Regardless of if they were, you know, stored to a set or not stored to a set. So I need to figure out where to show like that list of videos, right? I don't have a good idea yet.
You could put another toggle at the top besides settings. That's just like a little video. But make it a VHS, so then the little BBs won't know where to go. Right? And then you just click there and it's just all your videos.
Yeah, that's what I thought of, and that's probably what I'll default to, but like...
This is the most awkward way to hold a cat. I just...
Yeah, but at least he's putting most of his weight into your hand.
Is he though? He's very heavy.
Yeah. Well...
Okay, don't grab my pants, you ass.
No, he's done.
Okay. Now.
I think he wants food.
I just fed him.
Oh, and he already ate it all?
Yeah, of course he did.
Alright, you also feed him like a gram of wet food.
No, only for breakfast because he was eating too fast. For lunch, I feed him a whole teaspoon.
So
thank you very much.
I found I looked on the, it's like the AX 1800.
Sure.
Oh right, for some reason this shows up really weird. Oh, I guess it is the same price.
Do we have one of these?
No, we don't have one of these. But so yeah, these were weird. These were why is it the text so funky?
Because dark mode, and no one tested dark mode works at Best Buy.
It just used to work so fine. Anyways, so when I checked yesterday, this was $80.
Oh.
And then when I went to Walmart today, this was $36 at Walmart too. So I was like, oh shit. But the problem is that this sits on the back of Dante, right?
Yeah.
So like this sits, like so, and then that USB would need to be plugged into this.
Understood.
So there would just be a giant ass like
So what you want
USB coming out like this. So there's this, but this one's like, it's a really good dongle. Like it's Wi-Fi 6. It's the AX 1800 is kind of like the best in the business. I thought about potentially getting like a extension cable and then maybe 3D printing something to put it on the side or on the top or like here or something like that. That's an option. But then there's also, oh right, there's the screws for that. But then there's also this is the one, oh wait, no, I just need, it's like TP link AP. No, there's another one for like $25 that like sticks in and then the antenna goes directly up and it's like this big.
Would you like to go to Best Buy later?
It's $25.
You didn't answer my question.
I don't know. I can also get that at Walmart. I just don't know what to. No, that's not the one. This one. I can get this one at Walmart. I saw it there earlier today.
Yeah, but you just said you wanted the smaller one.
But this one's much better. I would just have to find a solution to. And because it does, like this bit does fold out to be an antenna, right? The problem is that it just sticks directly in. So even if I get like maybe a.
But does it come with this extra piece?
What do you mean?
Is that just the little this thing? Just
yeah, it does.
You could put that on top, like a little antenna, and then plug it in. Ah, great.
Yeah.
That would work, and then you could print something.
Yeah. I hope in the back it. Oh no, it's hardwired there. Yeah, I could do that.
That'll work.
That's so fucking big. Why would they? My problem with this is also I just look at it and it just like. Don't step on the server.
I didn't step on it. I kicked it. Sorry, Dean.
I just don't understand like how somebody would engineer something like this because
Where's
like
your Apple mouse?
Apple mouse.
Yeah. You want to talk about poor engineering? That's not your.
Oh, I don't have a. I don't have a.
Really? Oh right, you have a trackpad.
Yeah. But like, this actually reminds me of like the old Apple pencils where like they just stuck directly out of the thing. I don't know why I have 0 subs right now. No, whatever. But it's stuck right out of the thing, and like the amount of times that I had friends that had kids and they would just like snap them right off. So this just reminds me of that. Like, just something's gonna happen that's gonna snap this right off the side, and then the USB is gonna be in your laptop. It's just so stupid.
No argument here. Alright, we'll for the lunchtime walk.
Sorry?
Looks like you're working on some cool stuff today, so I'm excited to see how that video turned out.
I recorded a video this morning as well.
That video.
Yeah, I recorded a video about this.
Oh, understood.
I did like a V1. Anyways.
Did you post it?
No, I recorded it, and
Oh.
then I had like 15 minutes to start streaming.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before you go, can you bring me up my other Coke?
You couldn't have asked when I was feeding the cat.
Well, I didn't think about it until now. All right. This is almost finished.
And there you go. Delivered. Signed, sealed, delivered.
It's not sealed at all. Okay. All right, off we go. Okay, so we have the recording state. Why? Oh, right. That's also weird. So it's recording state.planning. It's gonna do false and true. Then how does this work? So there's basically going to be a set ID, and that set ID is going to be optional. So that's going to enable the that's going to enable like saving it to a set at the end. So if you like come from a set, which you're always going to currently, oh, you know what? I have an easy answer for this. I'm just going to make a recording button. So the recording button is going to be here. In the recordings page, there's going to be like a button to view all recordings, right? So yeah, that's okay. I just answered it. Easy, or at least like that's much better than previous. Okay, cool. That's fine. So we have initial state of planning. We have a source that's going to get the LB set. But I don't actually think I'm gonna worry about that for now. So what I am going to do, initial state is recording state of planning. So we need a reducer. And this is where I might be needing to do some copy pasta. List of didn't finish. Okay, so now we have recording events. Um, yeah, we're gonna do the same thing. Oh wait, no. Sealed interface. Planning events, recording events, and then this is going to have I'm gonna have to look at how does the timer interactor handle the camera controller factory. That's fine. How do we remember camera permission handler? Can I do this? Okay, so we're gonna have recording events. So request camera permission is going to be a planning event. So we're going to be able to toggle the metronome, request camera permission, recording events. Oh, whoops. Okay, recording state. So instead of it being recording, because recording is like a sub-state of the thing, I'm gonna like revamp this to just be the record set state. So then planning recording, and then this is going to be record set events. And then we have recording events, which is record set events, which is really just going to be So we're gonna save to set. There we go. Because a data object is a static class. Well, it's an instanced static class that has like, it's not instanced, it has like hash code and equals and stuff. So because it's instanced, I had to change this to a data class so that I could have val. So we're going to be able to save something to a set. Delete video. Delete video. So that's just gonna be like, hey, I didn't like this. Bobbity boop. Bye bye. I think this is good. Well, so when I was recording before, I had this. So we have all of this. Okay, so now I'm going to start. I think the recording is going to need a little bit more. Oh wait, no, we have the. We have the metronome state. Hi. Oh right, I knocked the phone. Oh well, looks cool. Okay, so we have all of these now. So we go to the recording screen. Now we have the interactor. Why was that acting so weird? Okay, so we have remember recording interactor. Hi. Oh wait, no, I don't want a lifting scaffold for this. So how did I do the timer screen? So I am going to... I'm going to copy a little bit of this, especially just to get the camera working. Okay, now where is camera controller coming from again? So where do we set? Excuse me. Right, so if camera is enabled, I really need to have some sort of like maybe the event is null. Like if the event is null, that means okay, so let me, because the problem that I'm running into here is that I need to trigger something on load, right? So like once the first thing comes through, whenever the state changes, if the camera is enabled, I want to trigger a create camera. Like I want the camera to be created. So maybe so when does that event happen? So in the timer screen, what happens is on load, so like if, why? Basically we have a launch effect where if the camera is enabled, we then load the camera controller factory. Which works. So I do have a toggle. So the camera enabled is whether or not the camera controller is there. That's really... So what if I force the record state to always have a camera controller? So, okay, how do I want to handle this? So everything needs a camera controller. Let's think this through. So we have the record set state, we have this, everything needs a, so we're going to have side effects. list of side effects, dispatch state event. So one event, I guess we're just going to return state for now. So when event so we have toggle camera, so removing my mouse. He's like right backed up all the way. Like you can see his butt, like my keyboard ends here. I'm touching his butt as I say my keyboard ends here. But I think I actually might take a quick break because Sarah's probably going to be back from her walk soon. So I'm going to take a quick break. And then we're going to start filling out these events. So like what I want to do here, I guess, before Sarah will get here soon. So what I want to do is like when state maybe I do it like this. So when state add remaining branches is why do I need the recording event? I was recording events. Did I accidentally made it a I really want to be able to do like when state event, right? And then just do pattern matching on both of them. So like then it is planning and it is planning event. But this actually works fairly well. I didn't really think, why does this still look like it's commented out? What if I rebuild? Ugh, it has to be at the end. I mean, that does make sense. Why are you? Oh, I had one extra. I understand now. Okay, so when you start recording, that's no longer one. So one event is that. Yeah, and then we just kind of have to duplicate this. Set to I'm gonna get screamed at for cyclomatic complexity, but I think I can actually split these into separate functions. Right, so I would have like the planning side effects and then the recording side effects. Now he's chilling. Can I do that? Could set state planning. Assembly state.copy. Oh, right. Wait a second. Can't I create So I have to go through permissions first. So when the page launches, it'll ask for permissions. So when the camera is enabled, yeah, I guess the camera enabled could just be something that happens. I don't need the camera controller at all for recorded. There we go. That's not going to do anything because we're not actually showing the recording screen yet. And then what I want to do, so the camera fills up the whole thing. I guess I can actually just put this here. Alright, I'm gonna step outside because I think I need to, yeah, there's some things I want to track a little bit more with this, like, I'm not handling permissions at all yet. That's not something that I'm handling, so what I need to do is when the recording is where's my recording interactor? Instead of doing this here, I need to like check when the state camera enabled. So if the camera is enabled, or if I'm toggling the camera and the camera enabled is false, so basically what we need to do is also kind of do like a camera permission is good, right? And the camera permission is good. So then we just create it, right? And then there has to be another one like false and camera is disabled. Wait for side effect to request camera permissions. Something like that. So basically, like we toggle camera, and then the side effects will notice that it's false, and then go like, hey, do we need to check permissions? And it'll just like check permissions whenever you do that. And then if it gets true, then it goes like, hey, the permissions are granted and you're good to go. But if the permissions are granted right away because we've already got them, then we just create the camera controller immediately. I like it. Okay, let's do it. I guess I can also do like right, I can just do that. Alright. I'm gonna step outside, take a little break. I'll be right back. With some more programming in like 10 minutes. Alright, see y'all in a minute. Oh. Oh. Oh wow, he stayed here the entire time. It's not like him. Alright, we are back. So, I also thought of... So let me see if I have access to it. Yeah, so I thought of... So this idea of right now, so side effects are this interface, right? And then you invoke them. So I was thinking about adding a scope to this, right? So when you invoke a side effect, you pass in a dispatcher, and then it also has like a side effect scope, and that side effect scope you can trigger things like on start, on event, or maybe even on finish, on complete, or whatever we want to call it, right? So then you'll be able to trigger because right now we just, like, with context, loop over each one and then call the side effect. Okay, so this is going to be a big refactor. I will probably try doing it on Friday. It will solve a lot of my problems right now, though. It will also break everything in the application. So let's continue doing what we're doing and getting it into a state where we're kind of fine. What day is it today? It's Wednesday. There's a chance I might come back online tonight and do this, because I'm really interested in changing up this Flow VI now. Okay, yeah, I gotta plan that in. Alright, sweet. So toggle camera. So when the side effects camera gets toggled, we have the permission handler. If event, if state dot camera enabled is false, then we permission handler request permission. Why did that take so long? So is it just true or false? If camera enabled equals false, how does this actually function? I don't like that. Has permission. So permission launcher dot launch has permission is equal to this. Oh, so this is actually a mutable state. Yeah, so this should be fine actually. I think this should be good. when the camera is not enabled, so then we fly through again, and then what I want to do here is get rid, oh wait, no, I don't want to get rid of that. I want to get rid of this. And what we do is we do state.camera enabled. So if that's there, and then when state.camera enabled is false, and permission is granted, then we do this, and then state.camera enabled false and not camera permission is granted, then oh yeah, it's just trying to get me to get rid of the. So okay, how does this work? So if the camera is enabled, yeah, that's what I was worried about. I know I kind of forcefully moved him there. He was just like 5 seconds away from pouncing on my hand. I knew it. Enable the cat. Yeah, I didn't really like mean to, but like he was going to. I saw it in his eyes, you know. I know. Lived with the cat for 10 years now. I know him. He was gonna attack me. I promise. I was getting hesitant. Anyways, okay, so yeah. Basically what I want to do is like whenever you toggle the camera, if the permission is not granted, or the permission, I guess it's just or the permission is not granted. Okay, these states are really weird to me now. So if the camera is enabled, then we want to just toggle it off. If you toggle the camera and the permission is not granted, then we also want, no, we don't want that. No, I guess we still do want that to be false. I'm going to do this in different states. So the camera's not enabled, and you have the camera permission is granted, then we just create the camera factory. If the camera's enabled, we want to turn it off. Now we need something for camera not enabled and permission is not granted. I guess that would just be else into, no, because state will return. Wait, so if the camera is enabled, we return camera enabled false. So that means that camera is not enabled. So yeah, then we just return state. And we just return state. This should cover all cases. Because the only time that we want to just permanently grant it is when this happens. There might be something we want to do here where it's like permissions have been disabled. I mean, I could have something where like if they permanently disable their permissions, then it just hides the button. That's probably what I'll end up doing. We'll see. But I'm not even calling this yet anywhere. Okay. Let's go to the timer screen. Where are you getting called? You are getting default here. I'm just gonna make a new. How big of Kotlin projects would big apps have? Oh, right here. So how big of a Kotlin project would big apps have compared to this? So like how big is this project in comparison to like other projects or like other things I've worked on? So this is very small. I would say that especially if that's the question you're asking, this is very small in comparison. Especially when I was working at League, we had like 6 or 7 teams. I forget exactly the number. Like YouTube, Facebook, and stuff. This is minuscule in comparison to those. There are so many layers and so many features and so many inner workings where you have teams. You have, like, I know I have a friend who works, he's like an engineering manager for the Reels team, right? And like the way he talks is like, oh, there's a camera team, right? So like there's a team that is focused 100% around the camera. So that means that, oh, thank you for the follow, really appreciate it. So like you just have this, you have just this massive amount of teams, and each team has its own module. And I would say that like if I were to split LiftPro up into like company teams, so I have this presentation folder, I would probably have like, yeah, there would be like probably a workout and data team. Like I don't even know how, like this just, it's not the way I think. So actually I'm really bad at doing this now that I realize it. But this is minuscule in comparison. Yeah, even projects that I've worked on at like smaller companies, like much smaller companies, this is very small in comparison. And I mean, that's what happens when you have multiple people working on things, right? Like even, I would say that this is about the size of like the team that I managed at League. Like this application is about this, I would even say like a smaller feature set than the team that I managed at League. Not that I managed them, that I was like the technical lead of. Good photo app, even that was confusing. Yeah, right. Like it usually one kind of major feature set is enough for a developer, and like I'm trying to expand LiftPro, and it's even getting to be a lot. Like I've completely forgot about goals. I wanted to make like a goals management page, which I guess I do have, but I wanted to like start tracking that a little bit more. There's also like a filters page that I have that I want to, like a filters idea that I have that I want to really start going in on. Yeah. So let's do the data object recording destination. This has to be a data class because there's going to be an optional set ID. Yeah, usually a lot of there's especially when you're dealing with a problem, there's only so much scope you can take and so much complexity. Eventually you need to like offload a bunch of it. Even when I was working as a staff developer, right? Like I wasn't really thinking about like how the MVI structure would work. Like I would, but like I would have a rough idea, and then I would talk to the developers and be like, hey, this works, right? Like at a high level across like Android, iOS, and web, like this will function with our systems. You know, I understood that, and then I would double check with everybody, right? Because you're solving problems at higher and higher levels, which is part of the problem. And that also leans into like one of the things that I constantly run into in dealing with AI and using AI in projects is like I just lose scope of what's actually happening, and then I just feel like I feel so distant from the project that also want to change this to set record set screen. Yes. So like, you know, getting close helps you, being as close as you can without losing. Oops. And then we go percent, no, percent, and, ugh. Oops. Oh, I gotta, the cat's here again. I know, I'm sorry, I didn't have the cat screen up. Why? Oh, right, because it has a value. Okay. Okay, so now we should be, oh wait, we're not actually sending the record screen anywhere. So where am I sending timer? Sending timer from the edit set screen. I'm just going to do present, destination, record set, recording, set record. Damn it. And then states dot ID. So when you click that button, it's just going to go straight to the recording screen, and we will see what we get. We should see, based on this screen setup, we should see just the camera up here. Because oh wait, no, we actually won't see anything. State, and then on event equals interactor. Can I just send the interactor there? No. It's Bango Bongo. So I don't actually. So normally you have this separation. Oops. What did I just do? So normally you have this separation because there's a composable up here that has the interactor, and then there's the record set screen under here that has the state and the event. The thing is that an interactor actually has no dependencies, so you do this normally for your preview, right? So you can preview state easily, but I can also just provide like any interactor with just a base state, and it will work totally fine. I'll show this later once we have all the states in the UI, because that's where it really starts to show how much I really kind of almost dislike. All right, yeah, so the box is not filling the max size. What? Okay, so what's happening here? We also want this to bottom center, and then that's just going to be in the middle, horizontal, center horizontally. There we go. One time I was experimenting a way for VS Code to make an app, but it was too hard. Are you saying like with like VS Code and AI, or like what do you mean there? All right, so that's kind of more so what I want. But why is the camera not showing? So we have the camera controller. we have this transient idea. Where's the recording interactor? So let's see what we actually get here. And I need to run to the bathroom. Okay, so what do we have? So it's not granted. Oh, and then we just need the toggle button. Right, so we don't have any of the buttons, so we need to then do the toggle. I am going to run to the bathroom. Be right back. What happens when you drink 2 Cokes? Alright, I'm back. Okay, so what's happening here is that we're not granted and we don't actually have a button to show where's the recording screen. The recording screen, the record set screen. So what I need to do is create a row. That's going to be an icon button. Yank 4 up, paste, and then what we're going to do is on event, set event planning event. This is going to be toggle camera, I think. And then content description. Is there like a timer? To be like, so, okay, I guess, yeah. So if, I have to use the states. So if, I guess we would know. I think I'm just going to have this for now. So when the state is planning, so state.metronome enabled, then we show timer. Why? Why does it like keep disappearing? So we're just going to, oh fuck. Oh, thank you for the sub on YouTube, Tim. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Oh no, I wanna. And then, what would it be here? It'd be like camera, control camera, link camera, switch camera, flip camera, photo, video, back, front, camera switch. I don't know what that is, but and then we do camera enabled, and we run. Why did that shove me up to 79? Did I get a bunch of subs and not? Yeah. YouTube Studio says 78. That's the right number. This plugin I use for this thing. There's a wrestling thing happening at a bar nearby me on Saturday or Sunday. Unfortunately, it's like amateur wrestling. It'd be so much fun. Unfortunately, I have a Father's Day thing. I mean, fortunately, I have a Father's Day thing. Like, I get to see my dad and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, it'd be cool to go to the wrestling thing too. Granted, it's actually not, the thing is not far away from, I might be able to convince him to play hooky. Okay, what was I doing? I was checking this, and now we should have. Did the camera work? Why does that keep crashing? Toggle camera, toggle metronome. Did I put all the... Oh, right, because these are all to do. What? Unused result of data class. What? Oh, oops. I guess there's just nothing here. And then this, I will have to do something here, I believe. But when I do toggle metronome here, this is where I need to do the state copy. Then start recording, that's fine. I'm not going to tinker around with that yet. We just want to get the toggle metronome. I want to get the camera functioning. So otherwise it just returns state, and then if Yeah, so that means the state is not... See how this is actually like triggering. Eugene went away. What I should do is get like have like a weight pad here that like if there's a large amount of weight, a decent amount of weight, he's a chunky cat, then it just turns that part of the camera on. I could do that, I just need to get the pad and have it hooked up to Home Assistant. I don't think it would be, no, I wanted to run debug. I don't think it would actually be too hard. Okay, so we know that camera permission is granted. That is false. So that means that we're gonna just go straight through. Now if I hit the camera button, camera enabled is false. So then we're going to trigger here again. Now it's true. Oh, because the mutable state thing changes. So it's gonna rebuild my entire... I mean, that's not the end of the world. We're getting like an infinite... Okay. So doing that remember call in here, well, what's triggering it? Okay, so this thing is going crazy. Why is it going crazy with rendering? It's because of my remember functions. They're not in the right spot. But it is like triggering, and it is just constantly rendering, right? So what's different? What's the difference about this and the... I'm just gonna close other tabs and do timer screen. So what's the difference between here and here? So right now we remember this there, and then we get the controller factory. I think it has to do, well, yeah, it definitely has to do with the, okay, so let me, What if I get rid of the camera permission handler and then so the camera permission is what was causing. I'm like 99% sure that's what was causing this problem. So what I'm going to get rid of this, and then we still have the camera permission request results. That just might need to move. Let's just run this and see if we can get the camera appearing. All right, so that works, right? So that functions. All right, so it was the permission handler, which is actually like my own thing, so I can probably fix that. Because it is a mutable state, which is why that remember is causing an issue. But I don't actually think that's how I want it to be handled anyways. Well, no, I do actually want that to be handled there. So the way that I would handle it now is, so if the camera's enabled, then and then if the camera is enabled, then record set events, planning, so this is how you can also handle it. So now we have so we have camera permission granted. So now when that happens, we'll just running the old code, and then once that happens, why is this cause? Why is this causing an issue now? So here we just toggle it, and then when it gets toggled, the UI checks for permissions, and then the UI says like camera permissions granted, and then we create the factory. So this could also now be camera state.camera enabled, and we can go true, and then oops, really? False. Oh my goodness. Ugh. There we go. So now we do the camera enabled, and then when the camera permissions are granted, we toggle that through. So toggle camera, I don't actually need to do anything for anymore, unless I can figure out how to get this in there. And then toggle metronome, also don't need to do anything. And same with this one. So now we have now let's run this and see if it works. Let's also go down to the settings screen. Oh wait, yeah, I don't need that there anymore. Oh yeah, I don't actually need this one anymore either. Still got a lot to fill in. Oh, right. I don't need those ones. Why do I need these ones? Oh. That's the problem. So these now, I don't need those. Now planning is planning. Yeah, I had the dependencies a little bit mashed up. Okay, so that ran. That's interesting. I can go into delete mode and then move around, and I'm still in delete mode with the Vim. All right, let's see how this flow works. Camera enabled, metronome enabled. Why didn't... state, so now that's false, so that shouldn't go. And then I toggle again. Now it's true. Now it hits here. So this is now granted true. This can't just... What? Okay, so request permission is granted, has permission, and then what happens here? So why isn't this then triggering? So has permissions is now true. I don't even think I need this, because that's just going to trigger this to all go again. Let's see how this works. So let's run. Let's clear data. Going through the onboarding, which I also really need to update. Okay, so now, yeah, we go here. Oh, I need to enable the timer. Boop, boop, boop. So if I don't allow, only this time, then we're good. All right, sweet. So that triggers the camera. That's good there. I would like this to be, I want this to be better, but I think I want to refactor Flow VI first, and I do not have time to refactor Flow VI because that's going to break the entire application. I think this new refactor that I'm thinking is going to make it significantly better. So I'll do that later. In the meantime, so now we have the icon button, we have all of this bullshit, we have the toggle camera button, And then the camera enabled stuff. So what I want is I want this column to have like navigation bars padding. I think that's what it is. And then I also want there to be a space here. If I just put that in the icon button. Can I just revoke permissions? Yeah, I forgot I could just revoke permissions. Sick! ADB idea. One of the goats. Sick, it works. And then we got these off to the side. I would like to make them significantly larger though. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to go into the timer screen. And what happens when we hit run? Okay, so what are my events? This is very confusing. Running, so when start gets called, we turn it into a running timer, and then when it's start, resume, or tick, but where does like the oh, right, because I'm constantly going to the same. What I need to do is go to the camera controller here. Here? Where do I like call go? Why didn't it show me controller start recording? Oh, because I extract it here. Right, so I call controller start recording. I have the set ID, so I might as well use that. No, I can't use the set ID because then that'll get confusing. I could use the date and then like a GUID. Okay, so what we want to do is something along the lines of this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna create a set recording, a record set screen. Create record set screen with a metronome and camera toggle. For the planning phase. Sick. That's probably gonna fail, to be honest. But that's okay. Okay, so now what we need to do is when we start recording, this is the reducer. So this is going to return recording set state dot recording. So yeah, we pass in basically recording, and then if the metronome is enabled, we pass in the metronome state, otherwise we pass in null, and if it's null, that means that the metronome will never trigger. So now that will move us over to recording. So that reducer is fine. So we're going to go to recording screen. Reconnection successful. OBS, we're here. I lost internet, but we're back. We're here. All right. I need to hide this button basically when... So when we hit play, then those are going to disappear. It's just going to be like beeping at me. So how does this now work? So we go into the recording interactor. When it's recording, when stop happens, so we'll just figure out that when stop happens. So there was also what needs to happen when start recording is called. When start recording is called, I need to call this, which So we hit start recording. And then the toggle camera, toggle metronome, camera permission granted, those don't do anything. We have the start recording when the start recording happens. And then what I also want to do so our state is what would happen if I dispatch oh. Yeah, if it's ever start recording. Why was that doing that weird? I could just call tick. Okay, we're gonna have this big empty when statement here for a little bit longer. So basically, when we start recording, we're just going to start recording to the file, and then is there like resume recording or something that I can do? No, I guess it'll have to be a different file. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why I keep thinking that that's a possibility. So all right, so if the camera controller, then we start recording, and then we dispatch a tick. So what we have is when the tick happens, this is where we go back to the timer screen. I don't actually mind this portion of the timer screen. Or sorry, the timer interactor. Where what we do is when we have the tick that comes through. Yeah, so whenever you start, resume, or tick, we're just gonna yank this. Wait, where did the... All right, we have this beep. So dependencies.audioplayer.speak, which I don't want to do, but I kind of just do want to do it right now because I want to get this functioning. So if metronome.beep audio dependencies.audioplayer.speak beep D3D. Yeah, so whenever we tick, just cleaning up some brackets there. Okay, so now we have, so whenever we tick, so what's our metronome state? Our metronome state is last tick time and beep. So what I want to do is in the reducer, I want to go when event is RSE dot recording event dot tick, and because that's really the only one I care about right now. Oh wait, no, I just want recording event because I also need to state is RSS dot recording. All right, so when we call tick, state.copy, metronome state, metronome state.copy, beep is equal to state.metronome state dot last time tick dot difference. Yeah, so we want to beep if it's greater than or equal to 1. Why did that go? And then I guess what I want to do is I want to tick. Okay, so we're going to have like a couple things going on here. So I want stop, tick, and beep. So now So when we beep, we set the metronome state to the last tick time, or last beep time. That's what we want. And then whenever we tick, I don't actually think we do anything when we tick. So what happens here is now when we tick, we just delay 50 and then dispatch another tick. And then what we have here is we go rse dot recording event dot beep, which now will just beep. It doesn't care. It will just beep regardless. And I guess what I have to do. Alright, so what's going to happen is we delay 50 seconds, and then I think I also need to put this on a different context, right? Yeah, with context default. Right, so that's what happens. Basically, when we start recording, it starts ticking, and then we're good to go. All right, cool. This is also going to be really difficult. Greater than or equal to. Yeah, so if the last beep time is null, then it's going to be 0, which means that we're good. Oh, I don't think I actually wired up the button. Now this should work. Forgot to actually wire up the event. Woo! Bat my phone away, or bat my mouse away. Go away, ye mouse. Okay, and the... Oh, wait, yeah, because when I go from... When I start recording... State camera controller. Because I have to pass the camera controller around. Otherwise it goes away. So this is going to be a problem with how this is structured in that I won't be able to keep the camera controller alive through configuration changes with my current setup. Yeah, see now it stays. And if I had stopped, it crash. Okay, so I'm gonna take a pause there, get some fresh air, and then yeah, we're gonna continue. We're gonna get to the running page after this, or like the stopped page, and just kind of have this this like setup that I showed here. So yeah, I'll be right back. See you all in a couple minutes. Beep boop. Down my butt a little bit. Oh. And I'm back. Here we are. Do. All right, so we kind of have the camera going. I need to make sure that it's beeping, so I'm gonna pause the music for uno minuto. Just gonna ignore that for now because I don't really care. Hear that?
Beep, beep, beep,
We got it.
beep, beep.
We got it. All right, sick. No longer need to test that. And then we hit stop and it crashes. Okay. So that means that the beep is working. I'm going to assume that that means that the beep is working when the other stuff is happening. I need to change this to an actual like audio file that goes like beep instead of saying the word beep. But here we go. Okay, so we have the delay. We have everything going on here. So now we need to do, yes, we need to just gonna run, just amending my previous commit. Or I guess I amended and didn't change it. Okay, whatever. Here we go. Okay, so now when we call stop, what we want to do is return recorded. And then how do we want to do this? Like state dot camera controller. It's like video URI. Well, I guess so. Like if the camera controller So I'm thinking a few things in my head. So this thing has a couple states because the camera can be disabled, right? And when the camera's disabled, I have this metronome function going on, right? And I'm thinking I actually want to just allow the user to like play and pause the metronome, right? So what I'm going to do is if we have stop here, so if state dot metronome state, if it's, oh wait, no, it's camera controller. So if it's null, then we're just going to go back to planning. Otherwise, we're going to go to recorded. And then the how do I get that? Where are we sending set video URI? So so we call stop recording, then we delay. Oh. So yeah, we just call finalize, and then when we call stop recording, this gets triggered, and then so I'm gonna do something that I've never done before. So what's going to happen here is, so this is the reducer. So the video URL, okay, so we have recorded and then we have the video URL. How would this work? So when stop is called, I would change it to recorded, and then recorded would, yeah, I think recorded still needs the camera controller. I think I still need that there. I don't love that, but so yeah, what's gonna happen here? What? Oh, right, because the camera controller would have been disabled, and then the camera controller here also doesn't need to get set. I guess I would just want it to be no, whatever. I'll just keep it like that, just in case some other weird things change. Otherwise, we go over to video recorded, and then here, when we have recording event, yeah, so just if the event is that, then we do this. Otherwise, we stop recording, and then we are good. Only this time, just to ensure that it works, and then we will just disable this and confirm that nothing is playing. All right, 6, so the beep is working. The beep is working. Then we hit pause, and then we get nothing, which is what I want. So now, ooh, sorry. So we call stop recording here. Returns this value, so take unless it does not equal null. What? So once it does not equal null, then we're wait, what? But recording can be what the hell? What the hell? Why is flow on deprecated? Oh, okay. What the hell? It is a state flow of string. Take while it is not equal null. I want it to like take until, because like once I hit it, then I want it to like grab that one and stop. I guess I could do that on each or something like that. Okay, I don't like doing a subscription in a side effect. I really don't like doing that. So how can I avoid doing that? So what the thing did before is it called stop, and then it called it called stop, and then it called delay for like 500 milliseconds or whatever, and then it just like assumed that the value that the file was there, right? Which I don't like. Because like it's just assuming that the 500 is going to work, you know, that's not great. So what I want to do, let's actually just see how this works. It could run into a really bad well, no, I guess this is all within the side effects coroutine, so if the view goes away, it should be fine. So here's what I want to do. We're gonna take this, put it there. Oh, come on, you can figure that out. And then the collect is actually not going to do anything. So on start, we do the recording on each. If it's not equal null, then we dispatch. Because this stuff is just gonna live forever, right? Yeah, I really don't like this. I really don't like this because what I want this to be is I want this to be from this source, right? Where like the source just says like, hey, you know, it understands that it has a subscription to the recording, and then it knows when it's stopped, and then it updates the video URL as needed. Is the problem with this is that, let's say the user keeps the view alive for a very long time, right? They have let's open up this again. So they're in planning, they go to recording, and then they get to video. Right, and then maybe there's a way that they can. There's gonna have to be a way that they can like delete this and redo it, because maybe they aren't doing that set yet, or they just don't care about that video because they like hit pause too quickly or something like that. And then we go back. So that code, or sorry, that subscription is still going to be running, right? Because there's no reference to it anywhere. It's just chilling. Right, it's just going until it does not equal null. That's what it's waiting for, right? So if I go back to planning and then go to recording again and then hit recorded, this will just, you know, this will. If I go all the way to recorded and then I go back. Alright, yeah, this is just gonna be living there forever. I just had an idea that on the recorded page it could just be like a... No, that's not gonna work. I was thinking like I could have it as a... This could just be... You hit like the X on the recorded and it brings you back to the edit set. And then you kind of go from there. But that really sucks for the user. Like, that's not the best user experience. It is like a decent midpoint, I guess. I guess once you've recorded, you just hit OK. And then it brings you back to the page, and then you can delete it. No, that's gonna frustrate people. People want to be able to like hit re-record in this page, right? Like that's what they want to be able to do once they've recorded the video. So let's focus on like user experience, right? Like that's what we can do here as solo developers. Not to say that big companies don't do that, but they tend not to. That was... Oh, wait. Was that yesterday? I mean that's today, right? Sorry, I'm looking at something. I think my test flight build of Lift Pro is actually out. No, it's not, because the other one was 78. We're good. Okay, so I don't like this. This is just going to live forever, and I can't think of a way to stop it from happening. So maybe we just do the other thing. Or what I could do is I could also like subscribe to because the state has the camera controller. I could subscribe to the camera controller within the UI. This would at least, I don't love that this would happen in the UI, but it would at least solve the forever living problem. And then while the state is running, I will, like when this will all happen within the recorded UI, right? So what I would do here, let's do this. So a side effect of stop is stop recording. That needs to happen. So that will trigger. And then what's going to happen is in the recording screen, when so we have this. So when state is, when the camera controller is there, we render it, and then if state not is RSE dot recorded, D3 down, and then what we do is we have no, I don't want that to go off of every state. So what I can do why is this no? I guess it wouldn't be no. Why did I lose collected state with Lifecycle there? Data class video saved, val recorded events, recorded event. There we go. So now this is going to have the video URI. Oh, this is going to be by. Whoopsie. And then, yep, so now when that finishes, I could also just do this down here. So then that just kind of goes. And then that's going to say that video is saved. So when the video is saved, this is the side effect. Nothing happens. But I want. Oh, I guess I don't have this yet. I guess I still have to have a else statement because it's just a blank when. And then state.copy video URI equals events.video URI. Yay! There we go. We did it. We did it. This just returns state, and this just returns state. I guess I can go like state.copy video URI equals null. Cool. I think this would actually just go back to planning. If we get here, then metronome enabled might not be true. So yeah, I don't actually know. And then camera enabled is going to be there we go. That should never be false though. Anyways, okay, so we have all this going. Time to dance. All right, so that has that. Now what I need to do is start building out the actual UI and also like cleaning up the recording screen. The screen is a mess right now with like when statements all over the place. But I'm just kind of I'm going with the flow right now. Let's get this working, and because I'm happy with how it's functioning right now. So now what do we have? So we have this row. So what I want to do is when the state is this, so when it's planning or recording, I want this to render. Basically, I want the camera preview to render, and then so if it's recording, we're good there, and then when it's recorded, I actually want this to now launch. Huh? Oh, oh, I guess this could all actually just be within. Camera background, so. Oh, wait. What? There we go. I was missing the is there. So when it's planning or recording, we render the camera preview. Otherwise, we throw out this handle camera, and then if state is state.recorded, then we render out this lazy column. No, sorry. Then how did I want this to look? I wanted it to be hopefully all on screen. Yeah, so let's take a look at how the timer screen does this. So where did that go? We're gonna rank this. Rank that. So we're gonna have a column. It's gonna have the video player at the top. This is going to be gone. Oops. Kotlin multiplatform get ratio of screen/camera. That's what I really want to do. How to set the ratio of camera capture, blah 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 blah. Nobody's answered it. Classic. Alright. I knew that was gonna not be a good Google, but okay, so we're gonna ignore the aspect ratio for now. We have the box with the video player, video file, and then we have this down here. Yeah, I guess it's just gonna be set info row, right? And let's see how this kind of looks. I also might need to do something a little bit different here because like they more so want to know time. Like, hey, I did this like right now. Like this is the set that you're looking at. Okay, so that's fine. Oh, I do have the paddings too. Sick. Okay, so the video player is there. The URI is there. It's just not get video file. Is it because I moved it to videos dir files dir video? Oh, maybe that was the problem. Where did I saved it to files dir. So this is the cache, and then it saves it to the files here. Yeah, so it saves the video here. What? Save video? So I do save them by set ID. Ooh. That's not great. Okay, still not playing. That's relatively fine though. And the set, oh right, because the set defaults to nothing. So what I want to do, I want that all to be there. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Now this one's great. Turn that up a bit. Excuse me. Why aren't you clipping? Oh. So I want the and then I want there to be background. I want this to be surface. I want the shape to be small maybe. And then I also want there to be padding after as well, which I think there already is. No, there's no padding. So then I want there to be another little bit of padding. All right, this is going to be horizontal. Spacing 1, and then vertical material theme. Spacing half. All right, so that is basically what I wanted there. It's still very low. Maybe I'll just put 2 spaces. I'm not trying to actually have this button here, right? I don't want that there. So what? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, that looks a little better. So we got the video playing, and then it's being saved to that site. Was there any other permissions that I was asking for here? Yeah, it's just the camera. So I don't have to ask for... Do I have to ask for like local storage permissions? Am I getting... Is that the error I'm getting? Okay, so I actually think I am going to keep this button here for the recording screen. So we have this. We have the set info row, and then we have this. So the icon button for... Okay, this is very confusing. So, all right, that's that. Something happened? Like a little bit ding. No, whatever. I don't know. Okay, cool. So what I am gonna do is I'm also gonna show a like warning dialogue. So this is just gonna be a dialogue that's just like show dialogue where I basically just want to ask the user, like, do you want to delete this video or do you want to just like record another one, right? Like record another one for another set or something like that. Which is, yeah, kind of what I want to figure out. So I guess what I can do. How do I want to handle this? So I'm thinking like you finish a recording. So you there's a set ID that's passed in. You finish a recording, and then you hit the reset button. The reset button just records another video. And then it just goes through. I need to think about this flow a lot more. Okay, so you in theory could go back to here. I want you to like literally yeah, do that. So this could also like there should be like a save set. Maybe there's like two other buttons here again, and then like close or something. And then when you hit like again, it's like, do you want to save? Hey Phaedric, happy Wednesday. Wednesday? Happy Wednesday. I'm working on weird flows. Happy Wednesday. How's your Wednesday? My Wednesday's been good. Wednesday? I guess I do Wednesday. Now I'm thinking about Wednesday a lot. Honestly, what it made me think of is I used to have a bunch of teachers in grade school that like if we had the Thursday off or the Friday off, it was like the Thursday, if we had the Friday off, they'd be like, Thursday's now Friday, like THRI day, like it's Friday. And then like if we had the Thursday Friday off, it was like Wenderai day. That's what it made me think of. I don't know. Grade school teachers probably go a little bit insane, to be honest. Or do I just do this? So we have the video, and maybe there's like a little, like, I guess I'll put that over here for now. So this will actually be over there, and then this like pops out to like delete, remove from set. The video players are. It's an expect actual situation. It's an expect actual situation. Yeah, it uses Exo Player, and then I think the built-in one for iOS. I haven't tested iOS with this whatsoever yet, which is definitely not going to bite me in the butt. Never has, never will. I would assume so. I would assume a C++ library could work. I've never actually tried that, but I assume that would work. I would assume. I think I'm using I'm using a library for files. It's called FileKit. It's actually it's called FileKit, and it's like easily one of the best like experiences I've had working with just Android file system, period. It's a fantastic library. Like, I'll probably just use it for all the time now. It's really good. I actually thought about making a video just being like, FileKit is dope, just use it. It's sick. It's just better than... It's better. I not that I've really used any libraries to deal with files when I was doing like raw Android, but like the interface sucks. This is just better. I guess I should show it. So it's basically like this is this is how you make a file, right? So I have a this is for like the camera controller, so I start recording, and then I have the output file, so I just call filekit.cachedr, which returns like this idea of a platform file, right? And then this slash is actually an operator. So it's an operator that they like applied to the div function, right? That just says like whenever you have a cachedr plus a string, it's creating a file or a folder, right? So if I do like cachedr slash videos, I think slash, that will work, right? So it'll create it'll go into the cache directory, create a videos folder, and then create a videos file, and then I can even do like there's files dir cachedr databases project. It's great, and then it just works like all the time. Like I've never had to deal with it. And then there's even really cool things like you can just call share file, right? And then you pass it a platform file as well, and it will just it just works. You just call share file from anywhere within a coroutine, and it just whoop, you get a whoop thing. An abuse of the API. Nah, it's just sick. I like it. I like it a lot. Use the API all you want, young developers. I'm kidding. Only slightly. All right. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's not what the division operator is supposed to do, but like, it's so clean once you know what it's doing. It's so clean. Yeah, I agree. Even just this idea of like you could probably do something else, right? But I like it a lot. Even if this slash was not what they kind of overrode, like the functionality of this is great. Even if it was just like .plus or something, right? Or like .create, I would still be totally good with that. Anyways, so that being said, my video is actually not playing right now, but that's neither here nor there. So I was thinking about how this works when the user resets. So how does this... Yes, I agree. That is a... You might actually find this interesting. I had a really cool chat. This is a complete tangent. I had a really cool chat in an interview yesterday where I guess this person was like getting really into testing recently, right? Like they've been doing a lot of like refactoring of their testing. So I had to like submit some code, and they were like asking questions about it, and he asked about my tests, and he's like, how else would you test this? And I had a bunch of mocks, and the mocks were, I was just like mocking a backend, and then it was React Native, so I was mocking a backend and then rendering the front end and testing that the front end, like the renders were there. And we started getting into the conversation of like mocks versus fakes, and then later on that got into a conversation of like mocks versus fakes versus stubs versus spies. right? And it's one of those things that I've always had in the back of my head. Like I kind of knew what the differences were, but I've never had somebody in an interview like kind of so clearly lay them out to me. Where he's like, he just kind of like quizzed me, just asked like, what's the difference between a mock and a fake? And I had to answer it on the spot, and it was just it wasn't like one of their interview questions. It was just one that kind of came up naturally in the conversation. Yeah, and then the differences, I guess. Yeah, I just wonder if anybody else has thought about those differences. Yeah, it was cool. Like the difference between a mock and a fake, I guess, is like a fake is a fake implementation. So like you're actually like creating a fake database. A mock is something that you. This is one like a mock is not like it doesn't exist at all, right? Like you're just completely replacing implementation with something that's not there. A stub always returns the same thing, and then a spy is like you're spying in on the implementation, and you're just making sure that the implementation is working as expected, right? So like, hey, yeah, make sure that this function is called. Yeah, that was another key thing that I never really thought about. Is mock is you're simulating the output, right? So mock you're simulating the output. The other thing that I kind of learned yesterday was this idea that with a mock you're also simulating function calls, right? So like with a mock you're able to assert like, oh hey, I want to like test this use case. And I just want to ensure that like these other functions are being called. Like I want to assert that like, oh yeah, this analytics function is being called or something like that. I don't care if that analytics function is correct. I just want to assert that it's like there, right, and gets called, right? Which is also a distinction because you don't necessarily do that in fakes. You can do that in fakes, but I would say like just mock it. And that's also like a mock and a spy are very similar, where like a mock is like there's no implementation and you just want to be able to assert that things are called, and a spy is like the full implementation is there and you want to assert that things are called. It was an interesting conversation to just have in the middle of an interview, right? But yeah, it's one of those things where I've always like known, but I never really thought about it because like especially like as a developer, if I have access to mock, like mock K or mockito or something, like I'm just gonna mock everything. Right? It's easier than making a fake, but it's like yeah, because especially with like speed of tests, like mocks and spies are if you have like thousands and thousands of tests, it's going to be a lot more expensive, while a fake is probably going to be less expensive unless you like really fuck up how you made the fake. It was cool. It's a cool conversation. Cool kind of chat that I had. What was I doing? I was thinking about the UI for this. So I could also, we have the set to save the information to record, like how do I guess I can do like small, record, because I want medium, re-record, or yeah, so if you hit re-record, you'll get a little pop-up like video will be deleted. Are you okay with this? I think that's okay for like a V1. Just this video will be deleted. Are you sure? And then yeah, I think for V1 of this, I'm just going to have it appear in the sets. Yeah, I think that's kind of how I have to do it. I'll just have it appear in the sets, and then for V2, I'll have the video list. And if they just want to go back and ignore it, they can just hit the back button. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to actually ignore the set info row. I'm going to actually ignore the set info row. No, this is going to disappear still. So, and then this composable is an absolute mess. Okay, so we're gonna have the again button or the re-record. Sorry, this is just text. Record, and then this is going to be text. Save. So when you hit save, it's just going to go back. So this is going to also be colors. We're going to go outline button colors, I guess. And then when this is clicked, so I don't want to delete video. I want re-record video, and then I want save video. So you can only do this from a set. The set is going to have an ID. When you save it, it'll just save that set with that ID, and then it'll go back to the previous page. So then you're always going to have a video there, and then if you delete it, it's also going to delete the video on that page. That's just how I'm going to have it for the first step. I know I've repeated that like 5 times, and just also constantly telling myself that so I don't increase scope, because yeah, that's how that happens. Oh, I have another fun story about testing. This one's hilarious. So I'm in like a Discord group. I'm not gonna like name names or anything, but it's like a AI Discord Android group or whatever. And there was somebody, likely spam. Anyways, I'm in this Discord group, and there was somebody that brought up the idea that I thought was very interesting, but also kind of like says something about the times. So they were talking about tests and how they were annoyed that like Gradle takes a long time to spin up for running most of your tests, which I agree with. And they're like, yeah, it takes so long. So they were thinking about instead running their tests against AI models in more of a like, hey, look at this test, look at the code, and do you think this test will pass? To the AI model, to like Mythos or something, or like Fable or whatever, right? Like that was their idea for speeding up tests, was like brain compile your tests and run them. Thoughts? It's very, very interesting. Very interesting, to say the least. And by interesting, I mean that's insanity to me. Like absolute insanity. It just like it removes all. Like programming is like a deterministic system. Like you compile something and it works the same way all the time. You have like things that get injected that change the determinism, right? Like API calls and whatnot. But then you try and guard against those. But like taking something as deterministic as tests, where like a good test is very deterministic. You run it, it's going to always pass or always fail depending on if your implementation is good or not, right? You run it and it will, given the same state, it will be the same all the time. But like throwing AI into that means that like your test will potentially pass or potentially fail all the time. You have no idea, right? Like there's no, like I thought about it for a second. I'm like, oh yeah, maybe I could like, if they fail, like I'll run the test, like then I would actually run the Gradle tests, right? Like maybe this is just like a fast fail or a fast pass to then like run them if like to ensure. But I'm like, yeah, but in either situation I would want to run the tests actually to see if they pass or not. Just like a huge waste. I don't know. Crazy. Okay, so what was I doing? I was going to have this re-recorded save, and I need to re-record video, and then there's also RSE recorded event, save video. Save video. All right, so that answers that. There's also this video saved. Wait, video saved. Oh, so video stored. Yes, and actually I will have the save to set. Oops. And then the save to set. This is in the side effects, yes. So what I'm going to do in save to set. What I'm going to do in save to set is I am going to, I guess. If states okay, so what I really want to do is like sets and then after this, what I want to do is So we get local nav coordinator dot current. We don't have a saved video anymore. And then down here, we on backpress, and then we do not keep the backstack. Now let's go back to the recording screen. Let's see how this looks. And I need to go to the bathroom. Probably get another Coke, which is causing the bathroom breaks. Do 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 do. We are back. Did that not build? Why is that still here? Oh, bop. Okay, so now we have the recorded thing, and then we have this row, this column. Why is this still rendering? If the state is not recorded. Why is that still there? The state is recorded. The state is recorded, and then if the state is not recorded, why is this button showing? you still there? Why in the actual fuck are you still there? Why can I? Okay. Okay. So we have re-recorded, we have onset, save. Oh, hey, Sushi Roll BT. Thanks for the follow. How's it going? Thank you for the follow, really appreciate it. Hiya. How's your day? How you doing? Oh. I've just been chilling, you know, doing some stuff. Why is this button still showing? And very frustrated why this button's still showing. What if I just do like another check? I need to check. It's always gonna be equal. It needs to be is. Always gonna be not equal, sorry. It needs to not be is. Ooh, nice. I'm the opposite. Well, I haven't been doing Kotlin multiplatform for a decade, but I have touched React Native very little, and I've mostly been an Android developer my entire career, with a little bit of iOS when I need to, or when, you know, sometimes I've taken on projects or something where I've had to. Yeah, ever since KMP has kind of come out, I've been really interested in it, and so it's kind of been the one that I've leaned towards. Also, you know, I really like Kotlin. Although I will be honest, I would have preferred. There was a while ago before KMP was a thing where Swift. There was a lot of talks about like Android taking on Swift instead. I would have actually preferred that. I think Swift is a better language. Do not think Xcode is a better dev environment though. That's a lot of thoughts in very quick succession. Yes, I very much like KMP. I have a question actually about React Native. So what am I think I might actually have the thing here somewhere. These are all the things. Haha, there it is. So like one thing I really like about KMP. Yeah, Swift UI is great in theory, but in Xcode, so many issues. I cannot stand Xcode as an IDE. I don't understand it. I'm sorry if you like Xcode, but I don't get it. Like I like Android Studio, and I'm still thinking of switching to like NeoVim or something like that, just because I want to challenge myself and, you know, I have the time. Because I think like building a custom NeoVim environment for Android would be sick as fuck. Yeah, I'm not. Anyways, the thing I wanted to ask is like, so one thing I really like about KMP is I know in React you can like build modules that like run native stuff, right? So like that's how you reach out to the camera and all that kind of stuff. But in the UI, one thing I really like about KMP is that so you can run it across all these different environments. And if all of a sudden I want to start, why can't I like? Okay, now I can. So if I like have a KMP app, right, where I'm using composemultiplatform as the UI, I have my domain layer, and I'm assuming like clean architecture, just what I like doing. And then all of a sudden you like want to swap out, say like you want to start moving towards native, right? Like you're a company, you've grown, you want to start moving towards native in a way. So with KMP, it's really easy to just start swapping out your different layers, right? So you could maybe make your data layer more native. You can make your UI layer more native. You wouldn't want to make your domain layer more native first. That would mean that everything else needs to be native. But I could like start swapping out iOS with Swift UI, right? Saying like, hey, yeah, just render this Swift UI instead of this jetpackcompose. And similarly with Web and React. With Web and React, I think it would have to be more all or nothing. But especially with iOS, there's definitely I believe there's definitely ways that you can kind of jump in and out. But that's one of the reasons why I really like Compose, is that it for me at least, it provides a very clear path forward for companies if they want to start moving more native, especially since like React Native, Flutter, and KMP can be seen as like, you know, stopgaps or like quick things that people want to. That was for a video. I do think JavaScript sucks, but that was for a video. I also like I'm not like hard on that. It's a very interesting language. But anyways, back to this. Interesting, yeah, I have heard about Expo. I've used it like once. Expo UI, interesting. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, set of native input components that allows fully native interfaces. Yeah, this does sound. Why is this duplicated? Somebody's generating their documents, I think. That's cool. Yeah, so this seems to be similar to what I'm thinking, and then I would probably end up doing this more with like larger components, right? So, but yeah, no, that's cool. And then you start like swapping out individual screens. Interesting. Good to see that, because that was always like the thing that I was most concerned about with React Native is having that path forward. But as I know, some companies do decide to use React Native forever. But you know that question does come up eventually for every company. Do we continue with it or do we swap off? Depends on the issues you run into. Haha, the build is ready for testing. Just gonna open this and my it's crashed again. Okay, I need to figure out what's going on. Those are yeah, so there's always React Native smells when using apps. I mean, yeah, whenever you're using, I mean, even with KMP, right, especially composemultiplatform, I've noticed that like iOS, like there, especially when you're using iOS, when you're using it on Android, I very much cannot tell a difference. It's like exactly the same, right? And I haven't tested it that much on web or desktop. With desktop, it's just obvious because like I know jetpackcompose so well, so I just see the compose components and I'm like, yes, this is jetpackcompose. But you can make them look more iOS-y or desktop-y. Okay. And also all the compose multi-platform maps that I've made that I've used are the ones that I've made, so I know they're compose multi-platform. Okay, so I want. We've got the footer. We've got these buttons. This is not going to be. All right, 6. So then we just have to add. Yeah, I get that a lot. I'm not gonna lie. And I will say I do my fair share of vibe coding, but it's normally not on projects that I really care about. Like, I like knowing what's happening in the code still. But thank you. No, I don't want that to be. No, I wanted padding. And then horizontal arrangement, space by, and we're gonna do material theme spacing. Uno. Yeah, I've said that. I think I've said this a few times this stream, but yeah, I find, especially with like this project, whenever I start vibe coding, because I have tried, and then I just end up getting lost, and then I get like super demotivated about what's happening in the project, and then honestly, like, it just makes me feel sad. But that's me personally. But I do have some like projects that I've fully vibe coded, but it's mostly like things that help me. Like I have a bunch of scripts that I vibe coded to help me with video editing. Right, because like I just wanted to help. Like I want something that like does a consistent video editing all the time, and I didn't really want to learn all the Python and FFmpeg to do it. I'm just like, I just want something that does this. Okay, this is not so bad. And then what I want this to do is show. Ow. Just hit myself in the face with my finger. I gave myself a headache somehow. Or like just a pain right here. Okay, that's a little bit better. So we have re-record and then we have save. So the save will just go like boom and shove everything back. Wait, why is it showing the weightlifting? Ugh. I guess it's because it's below 2 hours? 1 second. Has it been doing that the entire time? Yeah, it's been saying the latest YouTube video on Twitch is... Oh, I gotta fix that. Okay. I'll figure out that. It's supposed to be showing like the latest short, but it's showing like this video. I don't know why. I have to make sure it's not showing live videos. But there's a short on the YouTube channel that I think is very funny, but it's a re-upload, so it's getting no views. Anyways, it's not very funny. I think it's very helpful, especially if you like Kotlin. Okay, so we have this. You can hit re-record. If you hit re-record, it goes back to this. So you can like disable and enable as needed, and then you can re-record again. And then when you hit save, it goes back here. So now what I need to do is, yeah, let's just commit all this. Or like another example of what I use AI for quite a bit, instead of vibe coding, is let me open my GitHub. So I don't think there's going to be any of these PRs up right now. Haha, there is. So these are actually firing incorrectly. But you know how with like front-end apps, you need to localize all your strings, front-end developer, all that fun stuff. So what I did is I built something that what it does is whenever I push a PR, it scans that PR for any front-end code, so any Kotlin code or any code with like the @compose function, and it will look for any unextracted strings and then pull those out into string resources, which is how all things get localized. And then it also gives it a little bit more of a more semantic name. So for example, in here it's like month day, but this is in the category details screen. So this is actually the x-axis for the label for the x-axis of the this, the x-axis label. So it pulls it out into semantic strings, and then from there I also want to set up things that will like automatically localize those. So really this is just more so getting rid of the work that I don't enjoy doing, which is just like having to think of the string name and pulling it out, right? Like this kind of manages all that for me. So I can kind of get around that. This is great. It's great. It's great. It's great. All right. What I need to do now is within the edit set screen, I need to show a video section. Furnish finder places raw strings to localized strings that pull from contentful. Yeah, so that is like the better way to do this is have some sort of CMS that actually handles it for you. Like that is the proper way. But yeah, I don't have a CMS for this project. I don't have any backend whatsoever. Yeah, no, that's sick. Places raw strings with localized strings that pull from contentful, adds entries to contentful. No, it's translations. Yeah, if I had like, I don't even know if I would really want contentful for this, but yeah, that is like the proper, like most robust way to do it, which is basically just like doing all the stuff that I'm doing, but like putting it on a server to a certain extent. While this is all just happening like locally on the app, and then it gets pushed and all sits locally. Which yeah, also has its problems. Like I can't change strings without a build, for example. But I've accepted that. Okay, so now we have the re-record, we have this. So I need to add the video to the edit set screen. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna step outside, get some fresh air. And then we'll be back and I will add the video to the edit set screen, and then also allow it to be deleted or something like that. So yeah, let's, I'll be right back. 1 second. Don't see my butt again. Okay, yep. Yep. And I'm back. Alright, here we are. So, what we have done to recalculate. So you basically, you hit, now it's recording, and then when you hit pause, you get shoved to this page. I kind of want to try and like make it shrink, right? So we'll see if I can do that. And then I hit re-record and then save. So if you hit re-record, it'll come back out, and then reset the video. And then if you hit save, it goes back. So on the edit set screen, I need to, on the edit set screen, I need to add something for starting. Well, we have the thing for starting a video. Oh, there is something. Why aren't you showing? I still have a V2 here for some reason. Oh. We had another reconnection at the perfect time. We're back, we're back, we're back. Well, that's a shame. Okay. Okay, so now we have. Alright, well, yeah, that sucks. Internet crashed for a second there. But we are back. So we do have the video URI. So the video URI is empty. And then I hit this. We hit play, that runs through. We hit play, and then we stop. And then we hit save. And now the video URI is still null. Is it because we're not actually passing it through? That could be. To UI state. Yeah. So the save is happening. Is it because when I call toDomain? No, toDomain is also getting the video URI. Okay, I want that. I don't want that. Sweet. Okay, so we hit save. Oh, we're still paused. And then we get it is null. Oh, right. It's because I don't actually have anything that I'm... So what do I do here? So when I call... It's because I'm just saving arbitrary sets. Because when I call... when we call start recording, we do that. And then when we call save to set, we get the LB set, which is still null. So when we create recorded, yeah, we're not actually passing in an LB set here. So how do I want to handle this? Maybe I have record set state, and then I have the same thing. Extract val backing set. Right, so then we also do P. So now we have this backing set. Fuck. Why are you... Stop being weird. Okay. Yeah, so now we have this backing set. So what I can do here is... within the source, so what we do is we do set repository, listen, yeah, the set ID, I can't like just do because there's no data class. You can't do like a sealed data class, so the thing itself doesn't have a copy function. So I could do a when function and then do it over all three. I could write a copy function. I'm just gonna do a when. Because it's just gonna be copy LB set or it's set ID? Oh, backing set. Yank money, and then should use something else for this. All right, so that should actually be fine. So this will always not be null for now, but like I want it to be nullable in the future. So maybe I should just do that now. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we're just gonna say that it always has to be there because that's the way that it functions now, and then we'll update it to be nullable. We'll loosen it later. So right now I know it's always there. And then we also have to then recorded. I don't like this idea of like passing things along. That's the thing I really don't like. Like how I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, this goes to and from the state. So maybe I do that, right? Like I have a recording state that has two things, and then we have a sub-sealed class that's like the recording state. So we have like the like the record set state, which has like a camera and this other thing. Maybe that's how we handle it. Set ID, right. No, we can't pass empty string or null. Why is this not working now? Let's try adding it to a set that already exists. And this does not have a video URI. It's known. So now we click this. We get this, so now we have the video domain. Then we hit save. Why did this trigger? So this didn't. This is annoying. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, it didn't run. That's why it couldn't run. But so when you're recorded, wait a second, what's going on here now? Add the is recorded branch or an else branch. Oh, I see. To boop. To boop. There we go. How the hell is doing that? Okay, that's fine. So now we can run. But I still, so this is going to, I want to run and debug. Just to try. Okay, so we got the to domain. We got no video URL. We got to domain because we've loaded it. And then we hit, still can't play it, but that's fine. And then we hit save. Video URI. Body weight, why didn't I just click this? Now I'm in it too far. Video URI is still null. And now I'm gonna click it like a smart person. Yeah, now we got the video URI. Bam. Okay, sick. So we have the video. So maybe I put it beside. Okay, so I have the video now. Add video. Oh wait, no. So it's not like ready to be merged yet, but like, I mean, it is behind a feature flag, so that's fine. That's also something I need to change is the settings screen, timer. So video recording, record videos of your record videos and attach them to sets to better understand your form. Sorry, I should have turned away from the mic. My bad. I wasn't really thinking. Why am I sneezing? Shared transition layout. Oh yeah, I do have a shared transition layout there. We have the title. So what I want to do is actually put this in a row. Paste this. Copy all of this. Paste it in there. Whoopsie. And then just put a little space. So when I hit that, this is also not going to be a timer. It's video. Like record. Okay, so what is video cam? Like if I just do that, what does that look like? I want to show like a tooltip the first time, right? Is there like an easier way to show something only once ever? Other than like... you know, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, the idea here is that you hit this little camera recorder button, and you hit recording, and then the play should also be... This play button should also not be a play button. I mean, I guess that's just like a circle, right? What is it in the camera? Yeah, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna make this a... I'm gonna update this to be a little bit more fun. So... So what I'm wanting to do is I want to make the button just kind of like behave in the shape that you actually want it to work. So what I'm going to have is I'm going to have a box. This box is going to be modifier dot I guess what is it going to be like? Default min size, min width. It's just like 52.dp. I don't like that I don't have like spacing for that, but and then what I want to do is I want to do the background color equals material theme. Color dot on primary, and then the shape is going to be shape var button animate shape, animate DP as state, target value. So what I want to do is like button or var button when it's planning, I want it to be like 52 dp, right? Just like be a full circle. And when it's recording, I want it to be like let's just do like 8.dp just for sanity. And then shape equals rec shapes dot rectangle shape rounded corner shape. So we have button shape, so that's going to be corner radius, button corner radius, that's fine. And then we're also going to, is there a shape here? Okay, so let's see how this goes. Oh, and then I also want this to have, so we've done the background, and then I just want it to have padding of material theme. Let's see how this goes. How do I change the size again? Oh, content padding. Oh, right. I guess I can just do that. So what? Oh, yeah, I guess I just do this now. Because the shapes are all gonna be the same. So we have this box. Okay, so what I want to actually do okay, so shit. I want to do some fancy animations here. What time is it? It's 4:53. Let's do some fancy animations, then we're gonna call it. So when the camera's recorded, we want to render this in the same kind of background. What I think I need to do is pull this column out here. So that does that, and then we have this row. Well, actually, I guess we just need to get rid of this. And then we take all of this, and then within this column, replace that. So if that's there, remember. So we want the camera border to be 0 dp. All right, no, I guess states. So when it's planning or recording, it's 0 dp. 0 dp, and 0 dp. So camera border 0 dp, 0 dp, 0 dp. And then, well, actually, no, when it's recording, I want it to be material theme. And then what I want the padding to be, if I do like, I wonder what happens here. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to like, whoop. Just go like a whoop. When you hit the pause button, it just goes like whoop. You know. Okay, so what happens here? So we have this column set to fill max size. We have this, okay, so maybe, ugh. Why did it go in that order? I had the wrong states there. So this should actually help. Then we have the column, so if the state is recorded, then we want to show that why? I think I have to do the check here as well, right? What's the visibility scope? So we are recorded, right? Because like the video URI is there. Why are these buttons not showing up? Oh, it's probably... Yeah, because I want this to fill up the column. That was the problem. I didn't have weight at the top, I believe. Aha! Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I guess on this I can have navigation. navigation bar padding. So that should, that'll kind of like appear. I guess this would have to be negative it, right? I'm actually super fucking happy with this. Alright, now let's stop making like 1,000 videos on my device. I guess I should do that, right? If I hit re-record, then it should just... Oh, because I guess it went away. Interesting. Okay, so I'll have to fix that. Yeah, because I background so that the... Yeah, this is going to be a problem with the thing. I guess what I have to do is like... Yeah, like on start or something. Yeah, so you can re-record, you can save. The video's still not showing, but I think like the flow overall is good. And then if I go here and say disable camera. Oh, right. I think I know what's happening here. The recording interactor, so recorded event, re-record video. Why is this not crashing? I guess the side effect's never being hit. Whatever. I'm gonna ignore that for now. We're gonna. I need to go for a walk with my lovely partner. So I'm gonna. What was I gonna fix? I was gonna fix one last thing. It was an issue with the camera controller when I toggle camera. If the camera was enabled, we are so I'm just passing through the camera controllers, but if the camera needs to be disabled, then we delete it. This also brings me back to the older idea that I had earlier today, where they're also like, this is also just like a metronome for accessibility, right? So just having the phone also just like flash or something on the metronome Could be a really good accessibility thing, or just like have a beep or button or something like that. Oh, oops. Then we record. If I do this. Oh yeah, so if camera's enabled, then we want it to be null. Otherwise we want, because if it is enabled, then we're making it not null. That's the ordering I want. So if camera is enabled, we request the permission. If the permission is already granted, so if camera permission dot is granted, then oh yeah, I guess we still have to do this. Oh, this is annoying. Yeah, so I guess what I actually need to do here is just kind of do so the reason I wanted to do it this way instead of the two launched effects is this keeps them kind of contained, right? So when the camera's enabled, if the camera permission is already granted, then we just say, hey, yeah, you're granted, you're fine. Otherwise we request the permission, in which case we have to respond to it and call it again because the camera enabled is not going to change. Oh, I guess I could do this. Let's try this. Yeah, so what's going to happen is we're going to request camera permission, request permission. That's going to then trigger the camera permission is granted, which is going to, yeah, so if camera's enabled, then if it's granted, we do that, else we do that. Sick! My brain is getting a little fried. Alright, sick. So that works for toggling, and now let's just check that this works with revoked permissions. All right, sweet. We are working. We are good. I'm going to close that, and then I'm going to open up another instance. What did we get? Ignore? When did I get ignore like Hot Swan stuff? I haven't touched Hot Swan. All right, we're going to see how this goes. And then, yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. I'm probably going to kind of clean this up, get the video working a little bit tomorrow if I can. Otherwise, I really want to do the FlowVI refactor on Friday. But if I can't do that, I want to get this done. So I think this is a really key feature for Lift Pro. The other thing I want to do... From camera screen, update, edit, set to show the video and a record button. Update settings to show this as a video recording feature instead of a timer. Doop doop boop boop bop. Doobity boop bop biddy bop. Just gonna run this. Oh. Hmm? Why? What the hell? Actual is not applicable to local variable. Oh, when did that happen? Is that why this hasn't been working? Okay, that's not why it hasn't been working, but what? I'm very confused. Very, very confused. And fuzzled, as one might say. What the fuck? Why is detect format not working? Oh, that was happening in native. That's why it wasn't a problem. All right, there we go. I didn't want to get ignored the hot swan stuff, but I guess I will anyways. I don't know how it appeared. But it did. Oh, there's probably like some line issues. Build failed. Maximum line length. Knew it. Okay, so. I don't know what that permission would be, but I don't actually really care. Single class. Right, so this is not named the same thing. No, I actually kind of like that. Whoa. The fuck? Alright, I don't actually really care about Yeah, it's going to be way too cyclomatically complex. So I'm going to run baseline for now because a lot of these I don't really care about. I'm not finished with this branch yet. I just kind of want to push it, maybe push up a PR, see what comments are, and pull out some strings. But like overall, I'm happy with how the UI looks, but the video itself is not working, right? So I need to get that video working, which I will do hopefully tomorrow, or who knows, I might stream tomorrow. I don't really have anything else going on except for making a video. But we'll see. Anyways, thanks everybody for watching. Really appreciate it. I will be, like I said, potentially live tomorrow, but probably, most definitely Friday. And then we'll go from there. But yeah, Friday, I really do want to work on the Flow VI refactor, but if this isn't finished, then I will be working on this because this is high priority. I want to actually update this to eventually do something like ligament detection, right? So you'll be able to see like where your arms are and the arch of your back and stuff like that to help you understand your form a little bit more. But that's neither here nor there. So that's going to be, you know, Friday next week kind of thing. So yeah, thanks y'all for watching. Have a great rest of your day, and